going on, Ronnie? Oh, brother. All right, what's going on, everybody? Just checking on a few things. I got some work being done tomorrow here on the Rancho. Making sure all the access points are good. Happy to see everybody today. It's been an extremely busy day. And we got a lot to talk about. A lot of people are freaking out overrunning my mailbox. As if the world's going to end tomorrow or something. We are on our way. Yeah, I mean, but people got to stay calm. I got people that are flipping out, and they don't have a reason to flip out. I mean, it's like, shit. It's getting to the point I don't even want to check my mail in the morning and stuff. Such a bummer. So please hit the like button if you're coming in. Happy Thursday. We're pulling towards the weekend, and it's been a really busy day. If you saw my YouTube short, I spent 3 hours down at DMV today. That was a hoot. We'll get into that some. You tell me what city has 200,000 people in one DMV office. It's like, really? Tonight I want people to get a grip. I want people to get a grip. First thing I need to do is get a cup of coffee. Imagine 3 hours at DMV. Your number's B088 and they're on like B050 or whatever. And the B means you don't have an appointment. We just fit you in where you can. So you have to go through like 200 other people before now serving B53 at Windows 6. Oh, Lord. Now serving F13 at window 4. Now serving. We'll tear into all that today. That's a whole deal. Bottom line is, did I get the truck properly registered? Yes, I did. Was it frightening? Yes, it was. Was I holding my breath line by line as we go over all the paperwork? You better believe it. We're going over that stuff like a fine-tooth comb. Fine-tooth comb. What's going on, Dr. Frankenstein? How are you doing? Why isn't this damn thing charging? Let's see. Please hit the thumbs up button. Moderators, please encourage people to hit the thumbs up button. It helps the algorithm. that took a while. It took a while. Are we even charging here? Do we even have a charge on this thing? I don't even know. What is going on? What's going on, Fun Sky? Hey man, I got the $1 deal off of the Nestle Crunch bar. Shit, man, where are you gonna get a candy bar for $1? It's not a little teeny weeny piece of junk, a little crappy thing. Full-size candy bar for $1. You just have to keep your eye out for the value shit that hits the table in there. You can score yourself a pretty good deal. I don't piss my money away. And I know y'all don't either. I don't roll that way. Good afternoon, gambler. What's going on? Shit, I just missed my chance. Damn it. So sick of being on this road today. This Corby Avenue, this DMV's down here. Oh, wow. Yeah, Diane C. made a comment. She's like, don't you have an appointment? It was kind of a spur of the moment thing today. I figured I know what the hell they're going to want me to do. They're going to want me to get the smog done, so I figured, okay. I luck out. I go up to Smog Boy, my usual guy, and he's usually slammed with shit, and it's like nobody around. And I said, Smog Boy, I need to get this truck smog. He's like, bro, I got you covered. I mean, literally, I was in and out of there in 5 minutes. $60 lighter, but I was in and out. And I figured I was going to go tomorrow, and I said to myself, you know what? Shit, I'm just going to bite the bullet today. I know what's going to come on down there. I know how bad it's going to be. And you know what? There wasn't even there was hardly a seat when I went in there. Walking the door, whoa, where are you going? Where are you going, brother? Going to take a seat to wait till I get, you got to get a number, man. You got to scan this thing. You got to go, we got the system here, bro. You don't just go ahead, it's not self-serve. You know, already the guy's rattling my cage. I'm not even in the door 30 seconds. I'm like, okay, man, just stay calm. You're getting paid by the hour. It's all good. Okay, he's like, whoa, let's put the brakes on. Got your phone? I said, yeah. He's like, scan this QR. Register for your number in line. What are you going to have done today? Title stuff, in-state, out-of-state, out-of-state. He's like, whoa, you're going to be here a while today. And he had a little bit of a gleeful look in his eye when he said that, like he's busted a few people down, right? And then from that point, it was on. Go up there, you got the title, you know, you don't know, man. This guy I got the truck from, he hadn't registered that thing for 6 years in Texas. So you don't know what the hell's going to happen. You don't know if you're going to get hit with reciprocal, you know, we collect registration for your state, you collect it, you don't know what the hell's going to go on. It's like a chamber of horrors. You're just waiting for the ride to stop, and then like chutes and ladders to go back to the beginning. Yeah, we're at $5.89 a gallon here. So that's not even the worst of it. I'll get to that today because that's a good thing. Please take a second if you're just coming in to like up the stream. I really appreciate it if you take a second to hit the thumbs up, if double tap if you're watching on a phone, or hit the thumbs up if you're on Chromebook, laptop, notebook, desktop, something like that. Please go ahead and like up the stream. It's very appreciated. I'm going to try to cook this steak up tonight. I feel like today I've earned it. And I think I'm going to have a shot or two also tonight. I mean, I feel like I didn't have anything last night. And, you know, I feel like it today to just cut loose a little bit. What's going on, Daniel? How you doing? Yeah, happy Thursday to everybody. We got Maverick Boy. I like these Mavericks a lot. I like this thing in black. This is a very handsome looking little truck. Can't carry anything with it in it, but it's a handsome looking little garbanzo bean, isn't it? Divine Fijians Home Care, DFHC. How you doing, Deja Vu? Man, this light. Oh, shit. All right, here we go. Keep cussing. Nothing like a woman cussing. Never heard such foul mouths these days. Soap out some of these mouths with a bar of soap. Disgusting. All right. Cheers, Benjo. How you doing? I'm just getting parked in to relax a little bit. It's been an ultra busy day. Make sure we're in pretty tight here. Yeah. Let's get this set up this way. Flipped around. There we go. All right, there we go. All right. So I get into the place, right? I get the smog thing done. Truck passes, flying colors, no problema. I tell Smog Boy, thank you. I couldn't have gotten faster service at McDonald's. $65 later, I'm at the door. I got my certification. I thought, okay, you know what? I'm going to go home. So you don't want to go there and then you wait in line. And then they go up to the window and they're like, oh, you didn't fill out your application for title. No, you got to go. Yeah, you got to go up to the front. And yeah, you have to download that thing up there. No, we don't have forms here in the office. You got to download it and fill it in. I knew. And the guy's like, do I come back after I fill it out? And she's like, you got to get in line again. I've seen this show before, right? So I go home to my crappy printer and I print out the application for title. And I'm looking through, what do you need? I got no registration, right? I got nothing. I got no paper at all. I got a title, right? I got a smog thing. I got proof of insurance. I go rolling in. Right, take your number is B088 and they're serving like B050 or something. And the letter B means you don't have an appointment. So the B's get put between the A's, the B's, the C's, the F's, the G's. Once in a while, like every 10 minutes, every 5 or 10 minutes, they'll call a B number and stick them in. So now serving B051 at window number 7. And I'm looking at B088. I'm like, now in Chinese, 88 is good luck. Double happiness. 88, right? So I'm feeling pretty good about that. Hour and a half later, I go up to the window. And the woman's got a fisheye. And she's looking at that paperwork and she's like, where's the, have a registration? I said, I think it blew out the window in Alabama on the way. I started laughing. Isn't that funny? She's not cracking a smile, right? She's just like, yeah, well, technically you don't really need it, but you mean to tell me you're riding around in an unregistered vehicle? I said, I'm not really using the car. I'm not using the truck at all. And she's like, okay, well, I got to call the supervisor over. Now, that's when you know that the shit is going to get deep right there. All right. So they're having a little bit of a conference on the man. It's okay, you got your title. All right. She's gone over it. Then she pulls out, she's looking at the title from Texas. And all of a sudden she pulls out this big ass Sherlock Holmes like magnifying glass and she's looking on it like she's looking for the hidden prize in the little scrolly shit all around the border. And I said, what are you looking for on that thing? She's like, well, my glass, I got to have this thing to see what's going on. And like, geez, you're looking at that thing like it's, she's like, I don't know, sometimes we get some counterfeits. It's kind of fishy looking, but... Right? Oh, geez, now we got a fishy looking title, right? So we have to have another conference on the man. They got to call somebody over who's familiar with the Texas title, and they have that little thing down on the bottom, and it identifies it. You got to hold it up to the light sideways and fold it and reverse it and fold it again. Man, you don't know you're standing there, and then we start to go line by line to front of the first page, back of the first page, front of the second page, line by line by line, and you just know there's something that I probably effed up on these forms. Nobody gets a free ride. Title stuff is the worst. I can't believe it. Suddenly she takes all the paperwork, she gets a paper clip, and she says, okay, you know what? Is your vehicle from out of state? I said, yes, you have the title right. A simple yes or no would do. I said yes. So you need to go outside and you need to get a VIN inspection out there. They have to look at the VIN numbers and make sure it matches up. Oh, how do I do that? You drive outside and go around the back of the building by the freeway, and you just sit there, be patient, because the inspector's also doing driving tests and inspecting big rigs and all this shit. So an hour later, some woman comes stumbling up to the, looked like she had a liquid launcher or something. She does. Yeah, I did the admissions test first thing this morning before I wouldn't even gone in there. They would have said you need to get a smog test. I did that before I even went down there. She goes through, she's looking at everything close, she's rubbing, put up the hood. She's looking a little shaky, right? Yeah, I don't know, is this a 7 or a 6? Did anybody scratch anything off of this vehicle? No. She's like, well, most of the VIN numbers seem okay. So she signs off on the form, and well, you got to go wait in line. You got to go back to the beginning of the doom loop again, because now your paperwork is ostensibly good to go. So you sit back inside and you're just looking around, and these people just look so defeated and so depleted sitting around this office. Their minds are just numb. It's like they've been pounded on with drumsticks or something. They look so sad. They look so sad. How you doing, Joni? Finally, get the number up. You trundle up to the window. Oh, I see you waited around. Yeah, most people just leave and then make an appointment. They don't like to wait around. Sometimes it can be a couple hours till they get around to doing it. I'm just waiting on it, right? I'm that kind of goof that just, I'm a masochist. Just put me in that line all day, every day. So she's looking over the paperwork again, and we get the magnifying glass out. We're going down line by line. She's taking another look at that title. Oh, this is so unusual. Just something doesn't hit me right about this. And I'm like, oh, well, he says, oh, well. She says, oh, well. Let's see. Yeah, this vehicle hasn't been registered since 2000. Nobody's been driving it, have they? I mean, this son of a bitch has been to Vegas and it's been out fishing on Bodega Bay, crabfish. This is right. It's like, I didn't even answer. Right? I don't lie. I'm just looking. How about those Orioles today, right? I'm expecting this thing's going to be a hell of a bill, man. I'm expecting, we're collecting for 6 years of registrations that weren't paid in the state of Texas. It wasn't properly checked to form that this motor vehicle will be out of operation. So, and then she's like, it was like the total's coming up, bing. And I was like, wow, it was only like $300 or something like that to get this whole process done, to be registered for a year. And, I didn't want to ask her about the back monies, but then I read later that states don't, it's between Texas and whoever lived there before to go chase them down and collect that money. So, the thing flew out the window in Alabama or something on the... Maybe Dr. Frankenstein saw it blowing around the ground in Alabama there. So I walked out there. She hands me a pack of plates and a registration little sticker to go in the back. So I came home. I was feeling pretty happy. I put those bad boys on the truck, and I registered as a commercial vehicle. I put those bad boys on the truck, so I am good to go. It's propping up the leg on my kitchen table. That's what I'm saying. She's like, when I told her that I think that registration just blew out the window somewhere in Alabama, I think she mumbled something like, and they didn't stop and pick it up. This guy doesn't even know if it's sunset or sunrise. It's gone. It's gone. But at the end of it, she said, good luck to you, hon. I thought, damn, if one more woman calls me hon or something like that, or honey. And so I got it all done. I felt pretty good today. Because that had been like a psychic vampire in my mind for a while. Every time I see the truck outside, I'm like, this is not cool. This is not cool having this thing here. So now I can drive it with some confidence and some peace of mind and start to really get used out of that bad boy. To wit, next time we go to Vegas, I don't have to fry my ass off in the van. I guess if I go down, I can just go down. What's next? I'm laughing so. Patty, that VIN inspection, they got lift the hood, open the door, turn on the engine. She's looking under the dashboard. She's looking in the trunk. She's like, I don't know. She's like, there might have been some shenanigans. I don't know. I thought, oh shit, we need to call the superior again. That'll be another hour waiting on this guy. Finally, she said, it seems to check out. Okay, signs off on the signs. They didn't care they didn't even give a shit if your vehicle has brakes on it, or lights, or turn signals, or anything. They could care less. There ain't no inspection in California. If that rig can roll down the road, they don't care about cracked windshield, all that shit. How you doing, Carol? Happy Thursday. It's the VIN inspection line. She's writing furiously on the front and the back of this thing on her little metal holder where you hold all your papers and stuff. She's like, put the hood down. I need to lean on it to write. Yes, ma'am. Felt like saying you could have said that a bit more pleasantly. But I figured you don't want to muck around with the VIN inspector or whatever. So 3 hours later, one DMV office for a city of 200,000 people. Make sense to me. Petaluma has one for what, 50,000 people? Unreal. Now serving B71 at window 15. Now serving A14 at window 3. Be hearing that shit in my state. But now my bros and gals, we are street legal here. I don't have to worry about being impounded. Yeah, $100 an hour or something like that. You know what I mean, Ronnie? I had to pay for the pleasure of being abused. And you always know when you go in the door, you walk up from the parking lot and the line is going out the door. And there's people taking driving tests with people standing right next to them telling them what the answers. Nobody gives a shit. You have all these computers, they're administering tests. You got girls that brought their teddy bears in for comfort and support while they're taking their driving test and stuff. No visitors in the testing area. Everybody's got somebody standing next to them just telling. Oh man, it is so beautiful. So beautiful. No, it's all done in the county, and it's rarely busy. The only bad thing is you can't do anything online. You can't, it's a mess down here. Everybody knows you got to pack a lunch when you get, you're going to be down there for at least half a day down at that office. And because it's slow, because half the people don't speak English. Okay, hold on a minute, they got to bring the interpreter out, they got to talk to them. Slows it down. K-pop, hell, which paper? The woman's Spanish isn't that good. She's looking at her Google Translator. People are just melting, sitting in their seats. They're in anguish. They're just in absolute anguish. There's something to think about. The one in New York, it's really bad. That's it. Oh, man. So luckily, all the paperwork flew. That's what I was worried about. Oh, you need to get this signed. It's got to be signed or whatever. I thought $300 was very reasonable to get this baby. I thought they were going to charge me big sales tax and everything, for current value or whatever on it. So, oh brother. It's good training for riding and training in Indy. Anyway, guys, the main event today, I got a lot of people that are really upset. I don't know, I've got a lot of new people that have subscribed to the channel and followed some of my content investment in some other content I put up. And they seem to need a lot of hand holding and stuff like that about there's a lot of pearl clutching going on. There's a lot of people clutching their pearls out there. And I don't mean that in a negative way. Yeah, we have a bad brew going on right now. We have a toxic swill moving around in the world right now. And I think it's finally starting to dawn on people that, we could be in some very, very serious trouble. And I'm not just talking about Iran. I look at other angles besides that. Today, interest rates were spiking again, which is, to me, is far more dangerous than any bombs and shit that's being dropped anywhere, because the firepower of higher interest rates in terms of being destructive is unmatched with anything in the world. Just a 0.5 percentage point in financing the massive amounts of federal debt is spectacular. 0.5 point equals another, $250 billion a year or whatever of interest has got to be paid. The VIN inspection makes sure that the title agrees with the vehicle. They have to physically look at that and establish that at various points in the vehicle. That's why they do that. That's the real thing. And I don't know, I don't call people liars, because I don't know who lies and who tells the truth. But I know the president bullshits a lot when it comes to, the situation with the Iranians and all this kind of stuff. Because I like to think that they're talking to us, but I'm a little worried they got a few tricks up their sleeves before the whole ball game is over. And I don't know if it's gonna. I hope it does. People ask me what I think. Do I think there's going to be boots on the ground ultimately? I don't know. I'm not one of these big mouth former military Lieutenant Colonel Davis and some of these other big mouths that just every damn show they're on, it's like all of a sudden good fortune smiled on them, because they're known now. They're on everybody's live stream, everybody's podcast, everybody's recorded interviews, same damn faces. I mean, they can tell you, you might as well just pack up and go home. I mean, you got all this bullshit going on in here. And the only thing that these retired generals give a shit about is, feathering their own nest post-retirement and being the staunch advocate. Yeah, no more oil moving hurts Iran. Well, there was their oil's moving through. I'm not so worried about the oil. Like the president said today, we're the biggest oil producer in the world by far, and that's very true. And we have still massive reserves. We've never even tapped off the coast of California. They restarted that one pipeline again out there, and shit's happening so fast that the enviro nuts can't even keep up with the fact that thing's turned on now. But they were screaming and hollering when I went down to Muscle Shoal on the shore down there in Ventura. They were just pouring cement into one of the offshore drill rigs there, going to this big cement truck's going over this rickety ass bridge. It's bending, and I thought, oh, it's gonna be a hell of a show. When this guy plunges through the wooden little bridge going out there, but he made it out there. I'm much more worried about interest rates. That is my big fear, that the cost of running this show is now so high, and it looks like that income streams are going to be kind of pinched coming up here. So I think we're looking at a terrifically out of balance budget deficit soon to turn that pipeline. Yeah, I don't think they're going to be turning it off. You know, you have power to declare a national emergency. Dr. Frankenstein, I'm paying $6 a gallon right now. Right? I mean, truckers here are paying $8 a gallon for diesel fuel. There's surcharges popping up all over the place here. I don't know how much consumers can take. Meanwhile, the whole backstory, you have a lot of... I just tell people, look at Microsoft every day. Do you know how many, it's what somebody asked me to talk about Microsoft. Do you know how many portfolios and how many pension funds, how many mutual funds own shares of Microsoft? What do you want to guess? I would guess it's tens of thousands. And every damn day you see Microsoft just coming unwound. It's $239 a month ago. My point is, there's a tremendous amount of capital values that are being wiped out right now, and people aren't even noticing it. And this is why I said months ago, you even a year, 2 years, you've got to get the hell out of this market. When these interest rates pop that bubble, it's gonna be rough, and there's gonna be a lot of weeping and gnashing of teeth. When that comes down, there's no turning around Microsoft's business. There's no, data center. Oh, we're going to be the pick and shovel sellers to people that want to come and host AI on our platform. They can host that shit on Crab Claw or whatever the Chinese have introduced and all. It's just crazy stuff. I watch your slapstick and I wouldn't want to live there. But it is interesting, Milkman. Thank you. It is interesting. But society is on the verge of very large fundamental changes here coming up to credit, the availability of credit, housing, the prices of housing, rentals. Some cities in the United States, in some places in Florida, places in Las Vegas, some places in California, the rental markets are in a shambles right now. Google is giving the data centers information. What happens though, Ronnie, when you have $2 trillion of borrowed money, and remember, all these big companies like Microsoft, Apple, Google, IBM, they were all terrifically cash rich. Tremendous reserves of cash. I mean, hundreds of billions of dollars of reserves. And they all plunged headlong into the maw of this AI beast. And the ones that don't have the huge cash reserves like Oracle and them, they're borrowing to the hilt hundreds of billions and trillions of dollars to throw into this furnace here. I don't know about you, Dr. Frankenstein, and I don't know about you, Ronnie, but when you lend money, you expect to be paid back that money. And when you start to do the back of the envelope calculation on a couple $1 trillion of investment and look at a modest 10% return on that, I just don't see the numbers. I don't see that $200 billion of profit beyond just covering costs and all that shit. Baby boomers. Well, another guy that lives in his desert paradise was blaming baby boomers today, as if baby boomers ever did anything different than any other generation in America. This is a guy that now sees himself shut out in the future. He's past 50 years old. He'll never be gainfully employed again and everything. And it's just like, now he wants to turn his channel into a doom and a gloom and a finger pointing and woe is me as civilization is coming undone around my around my ears. What a bunch of bullshit. Yeah, when you lend money, you would expect to be paid back. But the point is, you commoditize this stuff, and there goes the money right out the window. It becomes like Netscape on steroids. Like everybody has a data center, and they all beat each other over the head to host your AI applications. And then the next chip comes along, and you don't need data centers anymore. You have a data room that does what a football field of shit used to do. It's game over, brother. Hey, Craig, how you doing? Nice to see you. What an honor to see you on the chat today. I hope you're doing well. So I worry, this is my greatest fear, and this is what I took time to write one person down that gave an intelligent question. And I said, look, I worry about the greatest misinvestment of capital in my lifetime. That went racing into this shit, and the chances of it seeing a return, let's just say I'm skeptical. Let's just say I'm skeptical. And worse than that, all of those trillions of dollars of borrowed money that was rushed into that, it's destroying private credit right now. People, they have the gate down at the castle. Your treasure is invested in this mutual fund, and they got the gate down and telling you you can only have a certain amount of your money back. Why? Because everybody wants to pull their money out at the same time. We don't want to crash the market. Well, do you think that makes us feel better? I mean, do you think that makes you feel better now that you have an embargo on tens of billions of investment dollars that can't be pulled out of these funds because they have to liquidate their loans, and nobody wants their nasty loans and all that? I mean, it's just like, it's insane to me. It's absolutely insane. You're building this back pressure of liquidation of people that want to get the hell out of Dodge. They don't want to hear your babble story about all is well and everything will be good next week. We just keep cool and keep our heads like we're in It's a Wonderful Life. Remember the bank run? Oh, now wait a minute. I want all my money out. No, wait a minute, Fred. What's it going to take to tide you over? I want it all, George. Oh, all right. Right? We have this phenomenon now. And I fear a lot of people are starting to wake up and see that this AI is the criminal investment of the century. And that's why they've been taken down, like NVIDIA, even though the chairman of NVIDIA, Jason Huang, comes out and tells you, oh, we could sell triple the number of these things that, and the stock goes down. Make that make sense to me. So the worst thing of all, like I was saying, like I told this person, you borrow $2 trillion, you shovel it into this mess. What does that effectively do? It crowds out money that might have gone into United States debt securities. It might have gone into T-bills. It might have gone into treasury notes. It might have gone into long-term bonds. But the money's not there now. And I think that part two of the strategy, you're not hearing it anywhere else, and I'll be talking about it tomorrow. Part two of the war strategy against the United States and Israel is the selling on balance of United States obligations and gradually refusing to participate in auctions and things like that. That's it. Make sure you're on all messages. I'm on top messages. Installed on our new pro-human Android. So I think whatever, it's very easy to manipulate. And I'm sad to say, Dr. Frankenstein, in my opinion, Scott Bessent, the Treasury Secretary, is under orders to do whatever the hell it takes to keep these markets orderly and with the appearance of being of all is well. In other words, I know they've been in there. Printing money to purchase notes. I know that they've been in there manipulating the oil market and selling contracts and all that stuff. Yeah, thank you, Robert. Well, this is what I think is going on. You haven't heard one other person talk about it. This is new shit. But this is what comes from being an avid watcher of markets for 46 years. You see shit. You see shit that and I go all the way back to April 4th of 2025 in the middle of the night when the United States Treasury market started to crack open overnight in Asia. And I know that the president got woken up out of his sleep by the Treasury Secretary. What do you need, Scott? Mr. President, there's really no market for U.S. securities in Asia right now. They're dumping these things off like they're on fire. And Scott, you do whatever the hell you got to do. I'll do my thing, and then the next day the president comes out with his. I think it's a great time to buy stocks, and then the next thing you know. So, if you don't think things are being manipulated right now, you got another thing coming. We're under tremendous manipulation. Get an even field, yeah. Question is, do a lot of those companies deserve? Do they have the input process of labor, good labor, educated, dedicated workforces? I question it. When the wolf is not at the door, when you don't have hunger in your belly, and you have no concern whatsoever about where your next meal's coming from, a roof over your head, whatever, you don't need to worry about work. You don't need to worry about being educated. It doesn't matter anymore. So when I hear like that American companies can't get a level playing field, I would agree with you. But a lot of this, Dr. Frankenstein, is self-inflicted. And when I saw the recent national reports of test scores in the nation had reached an all-time low of testing, and you didn't hear a damn thing in this country. You didn't hear anything. It should have been the equivalent of like when Russia launched the Sputnik satellite, which drove people absolutely batshit crazy in 1957 and kicked off our whole program. Yeah, functionally, literally kicked off our whole program, space program, NASA, moon, and all that. You didn't hear a damn thing right now. So when I think, how far up does this rot go, Dr. Frankenstein? How far up the chain does it go? You look at what has gotten the money these days. You look at where the money and investment has been concentrated into social media, which is just like a closed system of, you know, advertisers and social media companies just circle jerking each other. That's it. Where's the value in it? Well, the value is the eyeballs. We put the ads in front of people and stuff. We control people's watching. I mean, you think that they put the money and shit into that in China? They knew where the hell their priorities are. Building actual stuff, whereas we enjoyed this tremendous holiday where we deceptively thought that information is the real currency of value in the world. It's not. Because at the end of the day, what does it get you? It doesn't get you anything. It gets you a terrifically hollowed out economy that put the emphasis on the wrong things to invest in. It put the emphasis onto social media platforms. Things to make social media faster, bells and whistles, more gateways, more servers, more infrastructures, more high-speed internet. Where the money didn't go was into manufacturing, into producing things, and that's the difference. Yeah, we learn one TikTok at a time, exactly. This is serious gold I'm spinning here right now. This is being exposed right now. There's people that are vitally worried. How you doing, Stacy? That if we had to fight some conventional war, we would be up shit's creek. If we had to field an army of millions, we have one factory in the United States that produces the barrels for howitzers and things. One. You look and everybody, well, we'll just depend on air power. Well, the era of air power might be overcome with cheap little shitty drones now. There's your basic problem. So now you got people that are clutching their pearls. Oh, you know, we might not be able to pull this off. We might not be able, we don't have the manufacturing depth to be able to pull this off. Yeah, we have high-tech stuff, but we don't have any low-tech ability. You know, they just raised the age of enlistment to 42 years old. I mean, you can enlist it to age 42. Thank you, Eddie. Hey, Naomi. And I'm trying to just say, you got people here that just live in this nation. They're in an absolute funk that don't even begin to understand what's going on. That just assume that the life that they lead now is the life they're always going to be able to enjoy when the money tap starts to run out and the government has to apportion. What's more important, defense spending, Social Security, Medicare, Medicaid, food stamps, agricultural subsidies. You see where I'm going. A year, 2 years. If my mailbox is cooking now, I can't even imagine in a year. When people are like, "Oh man, I was just sleepwalking." I was more interested in the drama that was going on YouTube, or who struck John, or who had the best ASMR eating fried chicken on camera and stuff. It breaks my heart to see. It breaks my heart to see that. How it's just how we're, what would you call it, Dr. Frankenstein? Bread and circuses? Is that what you would call it? Is that what you would call it? Bread and circuses? I think that's what you would. I think that's what you would call it. I think I'm gonna make pepper chicken and steamed rice. Hey, how you doing, Livonda? What's going on? Nice to see you. In other words, I don't think there's ever been a greater disconnect. And I've been out here encouraging people to save money. Don't spend every damn dime you get. You might need some kind of reserve coming up or something like that. I mean, that's the thing. Sports isn't a satisfying distraction. It's too elitist. Sports destroyed its future base by. It's like Las Vegas destroyed its future by catering to the wealthy. Sports has destroyed its future by catering to the wealthy, not the average person. Baseball used to be a cheap diversion, and anybody could afford a ticket, a hot dog, a beer, a Friday afternoon at the ball game. What could be better? What could be better than that? What could be better than that? Greed. Yeah, $50,000 for courtside seats to the Lakers. Okay. Right, make that make sense. It's all part and parcel of just priorities that are just, they're just so out of whack. But a few people are starting to be enlightened. I'm starting to get the messages. A few people are starting to wake up to. You couldn't continue to run this railroad the way it's been run in this nation with the crappy foundation that it's been built on the last 60 years. There's no way, no how. No way, no how. That's what that's the message I'm trying to put out to people. I don't got time to answer 52 Gmails a day about what's going on. If you can't sense now that something is like we've crested over the top here, yeah, we'll get some good days once in a while, but we have crested over the top. And I think that people need to batten down the hatches, and people have led, to a large extent, very luxurious lifestyles. People that aren't even productive in the nation, that are just consuming. And, I worry about the future for a lot of these people. I think she got a ticket over there. I don't know. I think it's a legitimate concern because I see the in the shark and I mean we won't make it jump the shark. Yeah, doctor. I just think I know the sacrifices that are going to have to be made for the budget, and I know the way that the interest is going to just be like a Pac-Man that just gets a bigger and bigger appetite and takes more of a bite. Just like the UK, they're over 5% now, and their gilt 10-year gilt, their 10-year note, same thing. How do you get that down? How do you get that down? Well, that's the one thing that we can't control here, short of printing money and buying our own lemonade, which we're doing very aggressively right now. So that's the message. A lot of people don't like to hear it. They're like, we're having fun with our drama and our our grab ass hangouts and shit like that. And it's just like they'll tell you, oh, it's like Chicken Little. Well, Chicken Little was right in the end. If Congress gets paid, then fund the TSA. We're so far, to my mind, we're so far beyond TS, whether Congress pulls a paycheck. It's not even significant. Anybody in Congress that's depending on a paycheck for their paying their bills isn't milking the system the right way. Right? They haven't learned the ropes properly to game the system to become multi-millionaires in very short order. I was surprised we actually expelled a member of Congress. Wasn't worse in the early. Yeah, it was different in the early '80s, blue sky, but the difference was. Boy Blue. The difference was in 1979-80 that we had a big manufacturing base. LTV Steel, Republic Steel, many aluminum companies, electronic manufacturing, assembly lines, Western Electric. We were the manufacturing power. And Japan was gaining on us quickly there. The difference now is we don't really produce anything except knowledge that the world wants and weaponry. Back then, there was a lot of stuff that we produced that the world wanted. That way, rising interest rates didn't affect us the way, they gave us the recession of 80-81, and Ronald Reagan passed the Economic Recovery Act of 1981 with accelerated depreciation. But the writing was already on the wall. Yeah, Bethlehem Steel was the biggest steel plant in area, was Bethlehem Steel in Sparrows Point, Maryland, in Baltimore. Well, I don't know how old you are, Boy Blue. I'm 67 years old, and everything that I have predicted has come to pass. I saw the hollowing out of American manufacturing. I saw the artificial bubble being built of the value of knowledge, and then all the accessibility to knowledge, and then the browser wars came about. And now anybody could access that knowledge for peanuts, for nothing, for the price of an internet connection. Didn't need to buy a browser anymore. Then we have the same phenomenon going on with process software now. Oh, we got the process to do this, and AI comes along and says, you don't need process software. You can do that yourself. Tell AI exactly what you want, and it can custom itself to your need. All of a sudden, the bubble is burst, and the value is coming out of Microsoft, Oracle, IBM. All of these companies are deflating because all of a sudden process is dirt cheap. Dirt cheap. Now the giant factories become a literal casino. Yeah, I mean, it's like, what nation builds wealth on gambling? or drugs, marijuana. I mean, that's been the biggest growth industry in America. The biggest street level, main streets growth has been, drugging society. Prove it to me, Boy Blue. Show me where we've adapted. Eric from Nomadic. What, Nomadic Fanatic? This guy is I sat on panels for that guy, with that guy for a year. Yeah, look at the last 40 years, and where did the value get hyper concentrated, Boy Blue? Was it in manufacturing? Was it in producing things, refrigerators, TVs, appliances? No, it was in building up the value of processed software as a service, $40 trillion. Take away software as a service and make it cheap and a commodity that's pennies. And what do you have? You have suddenly an economy that's running on nothing at all. And on top of that, you have a highly uneducated workforce now. That if you put a micrometer in their hand, or a ruler, or a tape measure, inside calibers, outside calibers, you just be speaking a foreign language. And I'm seeing it happen every day. The Microsoft balloon is not being inflated. Even on days when the market's up 200, 300 points, Microsoft is down, down, down. And how many people have Microsoft as a core holding of their retirement portfolios? How many hundreds of millions of shares are held by pension funds and stuff? Yeah, of course other countries do better. These companies purposely lay off their hire foreign, each one for 2/3. Well, they're also better educated, though, Fred. You bring a guy in from India on an HB1 visa, he's going to know his shit. He's not going to whine about unions, and he's going to sit down and do his job. And he's going to be better educated. Look at all the stuff we did for DEI hires. Now all of a sudden, Meta is all of a sudden they're trying to shed workers. Facebook is trying to shed workers like there's no tomorrow, because they so over-invested in AI. Now they've cut their DEI staff, diversity, equity, and inclusion staff. It's amazing. Vin Del Mar, how you doing? Beautiful Vin Del Mar, man. I work for it. Microsoft literally has maximum advantage in the company I work for. It's a monopoly. It's not a monopoly when AI comes around. What Microsoft is trying to do is to do the dance between declining operating systems. Dell will use Linux systems now. Between declining demand for operating systems plus AI custom tailors operating systems now, in a fraction at a time. They've tried to pivot to data centers that will have so many data centers, will have such computing capacity that everybody will use our data center to bolt on their AI applications. Well, guess what, Boy Blue? It doesn't look like the market's buying it, because from $550, it's done nothing except go down, 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 down. You might hear of Teams, but it doesn't matter. It gets leapfrogged. You ever hear of leapfrogging, Boy Blue? Did you ever hear of technology leapfrogging? What you thought was great today? is just a white elephant. It gets rendered obsolete the next time that the next iteration of the NVIDIA chip renders 90% of the capacity of data storage centers obsolete all of a sudden. How are you going to get the return on investment for the $2 trillion that's been dropped into that? What I'm talking about is Microsoft has been leapfrogged. So what they try to do is handcuff the customer to their data bank. But over time, it's very easy to draw them away to other companies or have application companies come in and say, you don't need that anymore. Look at what you can do in-house here. You don't need Microsoft to lock up your data and have you in a long-term relationship. So software as a seat license. Microsoft is, you might say Microsoft is killing it, Boy Blue. I say Microsoft is getting killed. They have been the worst performer in the Dow Jones Industrial Average, and for a very good reason. They've been leapfrogged in technology. And the smart people have been bailing out and leaving it behind because they know that you got data center, you got data center, you got data center, Oracle's data centers, Microsoft data center, Amazon's data center. Let's see, you're offering me this. Okay, Oracle, can you beat that? Yeah, we'll do that. Yeah, no problem. How about you, Microsoft? Oh, okay. We'll match them for that. Amazon comes in there. Remember, Amazon's programmed to be the Walmart of data centers, to come in and say, bam, look at this price. I mean, I'm seeing this stuff come true every single day. Even on days when the market rallies 300, 400 points, Microsoft is going down. Because the smartest people that manage money, the ones that are Darwinian, see the writing on the wall. And they're pulling the trigger and selling no matter good market, bad market. They have trillions of dollars that they have to liquidate. And they're building here to build 5 miles by 5. Yeah, 5 miles by 5 miles square. Can you imagine that? It's like, this is our browser here. Well, this is our Netscape. This is our AOL. And at the end of the day, what do you have? You have process that's available to anybody for pennies, and it doesn't, anybody can do anything with Claude, OpenClaw from China, all that stuff. Makes the big bug update, yeah. Big bug, Elmer. So I declare them to be a company that's in serious trouble right now. And with AI, I can see companies breaking free of their seat licenses, all that stuff, all that continuing revenue that they get. This open AI architecture's so good now. All you have to do is just verbally say what you want, and it's no more off-the-shelf, one-size-fits-all program. It can custom tailor to your own thing. Short-term certificate for no, I don't think it's good at all. I would keep the money 3 to 6 months money, because interest rates are rising. The competition for money is pretty high right now. And banks have to compete for that capital just like everybody else. So you'll easily see 6-month teaser CDs at 4.2%. Programming counts. Not with experience on programming no longer counts when you have AI. Because whatever you can do for programming, and I tell you to do this, to write a program that does this, you tell me, I'll come back to you in a month or so, I'll have your program. AI comes back to me in less than 5 seconds. Less than 5 seconds. Totally undercutting whatever a human can do in software, coding, design. It's obsolete. It's the difference between horses and buggies and a Lamborghini on the racetrack. And there's nothing that's going to reverse that. There's nothing that's going to bring the human element back to that design function, just like architecture. True, you need to be licensed to be an architect, but boy, you talk about the supporting services, just like the legal stuff. Do you know how many legal assistants, paralegals do research on case law and shit like that? Now you can do that stuff in, give me the relevant case law that would pertain to this in Percy versus Franklin 2022. Who's gonna win? Who's gonna win? China's going to win because they still have a manufacturing base that can be rationalized to the consumer. Whatever we choose to build here now, our consumers can no longer afford. Our workforce standard of living precludes building anything here. Robotics, terrifically capital intensive. Okay, don't need a human element for it. But where's the money been put into manufacturing? It hasn't been. It's been put into knowledge. It's been put into social media. The Googles, the meta corporations. What I'm saying is a lot of capital's been misallocated here into AI. A lot. And I'm afraid it might end up being the biggest investment disaster of the last 50 years. And will it be exposed as being experts in knowledge that now has no value to it? I mean, what would it cost here to make a washing machine in the United States, a Maytag washing machine? Probably twice as much. And what does the consumer do here? It's always a race for the cheapest thing. It's always the cheapest thing will always command the market. I agree to disagree. China ain't gonna win by copy. They're not chopping. They're now producing. We have no washing machine technology that China needs to copy. We copy them now. They're BYD. They have electric cars that can charge in 5 minutes as opposed to sitting around an hour in Baker, California in 118-degree heat charging up your Tesla. I suggest, Boy Blue, that you broaden your view outside of your company to the whole wide world, to take a macroeconomic view. Where does all the money in the world flow to month after month after month? Follow the money. A year ago, I talked about the Chinese yuan. Up, up, up. Follow the money. My brother bought a Tesla with like a 249. He couldn't even make it from Seattle without charging. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Yeah, they have the BYD is a very good car. and it's about $10,000. They're in the catbird seat. We're the ones that are still consuming a lot of oil and gas here. Yeah, the Tesla, I mean, people go, I remember the first year the Tesla came out and people drove from LA to Vegas. And they'd be like, I can't believe it. I have to stop. And I'm driving 264 miles. I have to stop to charge. I mean, do you know how inconvenient that is? I guess what I'm saying, Boy Blue, is the United States standard of living has to come down and come down a lot. And the only thing that's held that up is government deficit spending. That's it. That's all. Tremendous benefits paid out to people that aren't productive in society. God forbid there's not an open choice. God forbid there's not an open charger. Holy smokes. I mean, man. That's what's got to happen here. The money train, the train is running out of fuel. The era of cheap money is gone. And people's standard of living is going to have to drop dramatically in this nation. NGOs are being cut out. Do you know how much of this country ran on government NGO money the last 30 years? What about that, Dr. Frankenstein? How many NGOs sprouted up and made a fortune? Made a fortune off of government spending. You got Redwood Empire Food Bank here. You have 10 people, 10 officers of that organization, and not one of them makes less than $110,000 a year. Not one of them. I'm realistic. The things I've talked about have come true, Boy Blue. There's nothing that you can point to that supports your argument except just flag waving, we're Americans, we'll always be great. I'd rather get out of the way of the train than to stand there and assume that the train is going to see me on the tracks. So I would say that you have a very Pollyanna-ish outlook on things. Yes, my negativity is off the chart, your Pollyanna is off the chart. But you know what? My negativity is winning right now. Big time. My total package is 163 a year before overtime. Yeah, it's a nice thing, Frenchie, and I'm sure you work hard. That's a nice package. I'm talking about all the people that are on government benefits and things. It's going to be, something's got to give. What gives? I don't know. Can you raise taxes anymore? I don't know. Yeah, the NGOs, all that stuff, Dr. Frankenstein, all sucking money out of the federal government. All the stuff that should have been private charity. Private support got taken over by government. In the last month of Biden's term, he sent $300 billion to India through the Department of Ed. That's what I'm talking about. Yeah, winning is surviving, deja vu. It's adjusting to the reality. It's being nimble. It's being, not being a Pollyanna, being a observer, being a factual observer out there. Like, markets don't lie. And when you see Microsoft is 40% off of it's down 23%, over 25% so far this year. There's a message there. there's a reality there. There's something that's going on in there. And it's run counter to the big rally at the beginning of the year. My money, money created, so the rich will be sending children to be educated in China. And the rich aren't sending people to be educated in China. The rich always get through. But the rich are a very thin layer of America, Boy Blue. The rich aren't some monolith of 100 million people. It's a thin crust of people. The average person doesn't care about education anymore. It's just, stick the kid in there and it's glorified. Isn't that what you called it, Dr. Frankenstein? Just glorified daycare. Run them back to the shine before fixing up the shine area. Yeah, I got a lot of stuff going on. Yeah, I probably will do that. It's not going to be immediate. Whether I run it before or after isn't really going to matter if I do it. But I keep a very open eye around the world. Get my news from not only the news sources around the world, but also individuals I know. I think it's going back to base and will Wall Street survive? Will Wall Street survive? There'll always be a need for capital markets, but we haven't, you got to understand, we've come from 1980, 1981, where if you talk to somebody about buying stocks, they looked at you like you had three heads. It's like when I bought the Rancho in 2011. And I told people I'm going to buy this place. There were people that were practically begging me and telling me, you're out of your mind. This terrible 2008 housing crack up is going to get worse and worse and worse. We're just on we got another leg down coming. I said, I don't care. I need a place to live. And I pulled the trigger on it. Okay. Back in 1980, 81, you couldn't even give stocks away. You couldn't even give them away. Interest rates were high. Everybody was in money markets, treasuries. Nobody was in the equity market. It was like a joke. Companies were blowing up. Ling Tang Void, LTV, leveraged buyouts were occurring. You couldn't even give stocks away. And then guess what happened? Interest rates started being cut. Paul Volcker finally, after all inflation got choked out of the system and we had the terrible economic recession of 1980-81, rates started to be cut. And for the next 40 years, they did nothing except go down, down, down. From 14, 15% on a 10-year note all the way down to 0.3%. Well, guess what's happened since 2020? This cycle has finally reversed. And in 2021, we shot up to 5% real fast, the first leg up of the turn of interest rates. We've dilly-dallied for about 2 years. Now it looks like the next up leg is happening in interest rates. But look at how the psychology has changed. Look at how everybody embraces stocks. You can't pry them out of people's hands now. It's the total psychological opposite of 1979, 1981, that period. we've come to a point in time where every downturn, people are just rushing in and buying. Can't get enough of it. Buy the dip, buy the dip, buy the dip. What a difference in psychology in 40 years. From Dow 777 in August of 1982 to 50,000. And what drove that? Interest rates. The tide has turned now because the last 40 years we substituted deficit spending for actual balanced budgets, which means for basically 40 years we've overstimulated the economy with Keynesian economic policy of spending more than you take in. There comes a point that the tap gets cut off. You're sucking up all the available credit that's in the world, and the credit that would be available from places like Chinese buyers, Japanese, it's drying up. Okay, why? Because they don't like your policies, they don't like your hegemony in the world, and the only way they know to really express that is to just start pulling back from it and just not participating in that. That's the big change that's occurring now, is that they're finally figuring out the way that you hurt is through the economics of borrowing and stuff like that. Intel microprocessor, money printer goes brr. Well, that's what you get, inflation. The bills will always be paid, but it's the equivalent of buying lemonade from your own lemonade stand when you're in there buying your own debt. You're spending $2 trillion more than you're earning in economic taxation through economic taxation. Hey, Russ, that's got a real cost to it. A real cost. It's all good when it's going on for 40 years, but when it ends and the numbers get too big and you start running $3 trillion deficits, then there's not enough free capital in the world to fund that up. Chin will fall as Russia's communism in any way doesn't thrive. They're not communists at all. I spent 5 years there, Boy Blue. I don't know how much time you spent in China. They're freer than we are here in many ways, and they're much more capitalistic than we are here now. We have government in here directing where money gets spent. In China, if you don't produce, you don't eat. That's it. If you don't work, you don't eat. Very simple. So what they never built up was a welfare ring around the nation. A government support ring that has to be funded and grows every year with benefits galore. At the end of the arc, it'll accelerate. Yes, it'll accelerate. I was kind of send all the jobs, and that's when you have a bunch of vacant. Yeah, like in Baltimore and those places, taxes got too high. The standard of living in America got too high. So companies responded by, we're not paying higher wages because we're not going to be able to sell our TV sets and our refrigerators, our microwave ovens. We're going to produce them overseas and then ship them in here and sell them. So we get we hollow out our manufacturing workforce here. Everybody's told in school to study to be a software engineer and study computers. Oh, well, I think I'd like to know auto mechanics, or I'd like to be a diesel mechanic. Oh, no. You don't want to get your hands dirty. Knowledge is it. That's what's going to put food on your table. Now we look at colleges are being hollowed out. You have to actually produce something of value that the world wants. And when you suddenly take the value out of software and process, the world doesn't need your stuff anymore. It can turn to Claude. It can turn to OpenClaw in China. It can turn to OpenAI. It can turn to any of the other 10 other AI companies that are popping up left, right, and center. So the big question is, how does the society adapt to a lower standard of living when credit begins to be trimmed? That's where and gave up education. That's where my fear is. I see it on the streets in Sacramento. They had a gang of 60 kids raided a store. You saw Chicago. They had a street riot out in Chicago. Girl gets off the bus, the other girl kills her. The other girl kills her. You're seeing the results of feral adults raising feral children now that have no moral grounding whatsoever. They have no knowledge of right and wrong because nobody sat them down and told them this is the way civilization is passed from one generation to the next. So you go and you be free. You go and you be free. You enjoy your life. You want to go into Walmart and take that? You want to raid that store with your buddies? Go ahead. That rich guy ain't gonna matter. Screw him anyway. You want it, you take it. You go with your gang of hoodlums. They can't arrest all of you. They might get one or two. You go ahead. You wouldn't have seen that 40 years ago on the streets of America. Roving gangs coming to a neighborhood near you. Garment is just This is why I worry that this is my biggest fear is the standard of living declines, then people will have a hard time accepting that. They can't deal with the reduction in benefits. It's intolerable to them because they spend every dime that they take in. They don't save any money. So when the time comes and the government says we really need to start rationing out, well, what about all the billionaires and millionaires? Well, they lost a lot of money in the great stock market debacle. The money's not there from them. Cops have to be able to use violence. It's not there. Well, Dr. Frankenstein, like I said last year, civilization has always depended to its greatest extent on people willingly policing themselves. Do you agree with that? Once that willingness to police yourself is gone, there's no police force on planet Earth that can deal with a society that doesn't police itself. The poor ain't poorer than they were 40 years ago because they're supplemented by tremendous amounts of government borrowed spending. If people lived at the actual means of the tax, of the benefits that could be paid out by ongoing taxation, they would be living in cardboard boxes. But because we've been able to borrow and borrow heavily because we're the United States, we've exhausted our credit here. That's it. So to me, it's not difficult to put the picture together, and every year goes by, I see the picture develop, and it's like a sculpture. You know, it's like Michelangelo said, the figure is in there. All I'm doing is bringing it out little by little, right? The beautiful statue of David was in that marble the whole time. All I did was bring it out and reveal it. That's it. That's it. Now, it's just like the Bible says, a prophet's not welcome in his own country, in his own town, and it's very true. People don't like to hear. They don't like to hear people prophesy and talk about stuff because they can't imagine the status quo ever being threatened in a nation. In other words, they never see civilization on an arc. They only see it like this. But I defy you to point to any civilization it ever endured. They don't, because human nature always wrecks them. Paul, how 80% of society they're hidden since the 80s, mental moms on. Well, that's what I'm saying, Patty. Civilization has to be carefully handed from one generation to the next. We broke that in the 1960s. We cut that off. We cut morality and ethics right off, just truncated it. That was it. You couldn't talk about that anymore. It was atheism by default in education now. You don't waste your time on that stuff anymore. Well, that all carries a heavy price tag with it. A very heavy price tag on the board from my bank is until I pay back the principal. How's everything in Parker, Arizona, Adam? You doing good? I just put opinions out. Whether people value them or not, yeah, I've lost subscribers, but I've gained subscribers. There's people that value diversity of opinion, that value differences in forecast, no matter how radical they might be. Because it opens their minds, it gets them thinking, it gets them observing the world around them more and saying, wow, I see that. I saw that on the streets in that store in Sacramento. I saw that on the streets of Chicago. I saw that girl get off a school bus and just kill the other girl. You see teens in court being sentenced that just laughing and cracking up. There's something radically wrong. There's the great disconnect, and you don't get that, but that once that's gone, that's gone. It's a long way down to probe the depths of barbarism till you start to pull yourself up again. Hot, dry, dusty, and small in Parker, Arizona. So I don't really care. At my age, I feel like at 67, if something comes into my mind, I talk about it. I'm not here to build a social media platform. I don't really care. You know, I like the people that come to my chat, but if you think I haven't looked at my YouTube analytics in months, I could care less about it. I'm here because I got a big mouth, and I've lived a lot of life, and I've absorbed and witnessed a lot of things, and I've been well educated in business and economics and finance and markets and history. We need to reprogram these. It was over in 1963, Boy Blue. How you doing, Ellie? I see the way society is now. It's people speed. People used to not be able to have loud cars running down the streets, boom boxes in your trunk, and doing 90 miles an hour down surface streets. Yeah, it's all kind of new. It's all kind of new. I'm doing good. You get to an age, Adam, you're younger than it doesn't matter. Who cares? People come, people go. The people that understand what you're saying hang around. The people that, don't get it, a lot of them hang around. But eventually, people get it. Markets don't lie. And I just hope to Lord we can solve this Iran situation without people dying in big numbers. Yeah, and I respect your opinions too, Boy Blue, but the preponderance of factuality is on my side right now. Every day in the news we get ugly little glimpses of barbarism breaking out in our world. It all comes down to the destruction of the family. Parker, Arizona. There's some great people. People like Judy. We're about the same age as Judy. We connect. We reinforce each other. You look at Portland, Oregon now. Used to be a beautiful city. Downtown is all boarded up now. Why? Because people steal so much, it's not even economically viable. Everything's under lock and key. People feel like they're shopping in a prison commissary when they're going to buy shaving cream or razor blades or feminine hygiene products. They got to run the gauntlet because people can't help stealing anymore. All right, take care, Aunt Ellie. It's also laziness, Adam, sloth. One of the principal vices of people, sloth. So if some people pull their chestnuts out of the fire because of what I've talked about, so much the better. If I'm wrong, well, then I'm wrong. But at least I don't waffle like the one-handed, the two-handed economist on the one hand and then on the other hand. I have a straight, strong opinion, and I put it out there, and I don't apologize for it to anybody. We've had enough Pollyannas running around the world. Just be real. The third living your so there's just the ones living your social economic selling in real time. Well, same difference, Patty. There's some people that would abhor working. And that's their choice. If you want to live a low-level life, it's fine. There's some people that are legitimately in need of society's support, and I'm very happy, and we should all be. People that are on disability and things, it's our duty. And I do that stuff happily. But when I look at family structures, and I use family in quotations that are set up to take advantage of government benefits, then yeah, I've got a problem. I got a basic problem with that. You've reversed, you've just disincentivized people. How you doing, Kenny? It's been a great day. We've had a great discussion here. Please hit the thumbs up button. Some people aren't going to like what I have to say. But like I said, a prophet is never welcome in his homeland. It's just the way it goes. But does that mean that you shut your pie hole? Well, there's a lot of people wish I would shut my pie hole, but there's a lot of people who are glad that I opened my pie hole. What's going on, Kenny D? We have a debt. We owe an obligation to people. Yeah, thank you, Kenny. Well, you know, when your biggest growth industry the last 30 years has been medicine and nursing jobs and medical spending is what? It's like a luxury on the back of society. It's a service. And when the money tap is on, yeah, you can hire nurses galore and healthcare workers and shit. But what do they really produce? Somebody has to pay the bill. Nuclear has been under attack for 60 years and they reverse. I don't think it reverses, Boy Blue. I don't see the incentive. People's natural proclivity is towards more barbarism and more paganism. They don't tighten the reins. There's no force of man on earth to cause that to happen. Each generation becomes progressively debased. Well, I mean, remember, nursing homes only began in the 1920s, and even then they were an extreme rarity. But by the 1960s, 70s, yeah, we started warehousing people. Yeah, it used to be the family would do that function. But with our upside down society and that was the destruction of the family, that wasn't possible. China still has that filial responsibility. How you doing, Angus Kisses? So that's another huge expense, like government programs like Medicaid pay for, Medi-Cal. Spain, billions a month. Yeah, well, it's what I mean. If the money's there for the tap, people will find a way to exploit it and grow their programs. It's just human nature to want more. And if it's easy to game the system, like the Somali daycare centers in Minneapolis and Minnesota, if it's easy to game the system, then you're going to have a shitload of people gaming the system. It's to be expected. You know, people go up to investigate, where's this daycare center? I can't even find it. It's not existent. Sad. No control. And he can't get that money back. Offer free cafe, pastries, management, then run diagnostic tests. Yeah, exactly. We had, you know, it's human nature. I like to give respect to dogs, but willing to barbarism. I didn't say the world is, I said the United States is, and Western civilization is. I didn't say the world. Well, let's be real clear about that. Asia's coming into its ascendancy. Follow the money, boy blue. Follow the money. I didn't say people still won't have laughs, good times, a couple drinks here and there, or cold beer. You'll see fundamental changes in society. But we made the clinic owner ambassador and to reward the fraud. Yeah, nothing surprises me, Damien. You know, but I like to give people food for thought. If you disagree with me, that's great. It's fine. That's what makes the world go round. But if we can't have free expression of ideas without people continuously dropping the hammer on things, I don't like what you're saying. Well, you know, there's a difference between not liking what somebody's saying and then being able to factually dispute what somebody is saying. That's a big difference. You know, a lot of times the truth is the hardest thing to face in the world. And my big concern now is I don't want people to die over on the Persian Gulf with boots on the ground. That's my biggest concern. What does that say? My grandfather's family is still the first insane as I'm, that's pretty cool. I'm August Black. Somali day. I'm doing great. Daycare is 1% of daily Miami, but Miami is favored. It's all contributes, whether it's 1% here or 5% there. I've seen here the way that every government spending program, from the Department of Education to medicine, just bolts additional programs. Well, we need to have therapy sessions for our community. We need to have people come in on an evening and unload in front of a professional person. We need a grant to do this so we can have a real professional come in and just, you know, just psychobabble, kumbaya, hold hands. Okay, that sounds like a worthy thing. So what does that cost you besides money? It costs you the virtue of fortitude. The ability of people to endure, like the human condition is supposed to be a state of continuously high and happy. No. But the more you pamper, the more you destroy society with these NGOs and these things, the more you destroy the virtue of fortitude and endurance. And being able to get the natural rewards from enduring and going through a time of testing and trial. You know, it explains why we have a psychotherapist on every corner in America today. There's so much accumulated, and just caverns and mountains of just guilt to be processed. Ambassadors to the EU. Very interesting thoughts are expressed. Also, very interesting thoughts on the side chat too, and I appreciate all of you. I appreciate your input. I'm actually thrilled when people don't agree with me in debate, and it either strengthens my position or it weakens it, which is what debate should always be all about. I have enough good times on the channel. I go places. I do fun content. But it gets progressively harder when you see a world that's kind of coming unhinged. But still, I don't know who the ambassador to the EU is. No, I'm not going down to Vegas. I won't be back down there till late May. I did enough this go round. I got a lot of stuff to do at home. I'm having some work done on the Rancho tomorrow. I'm having a tree taken down. I'm getting stuff hauled off to the junkyard. I'm really moving ahead. Getting things really ship-shape and in good order. I want my garden to be very good this year. Very functional. There's a lot of repair projects, a lot of restoration projects that are already underway right now. So I plan on continuing to bring that. And if you're enjoying the show tonight, please give a thumbs up if you haven't done so yet. If it's caused you to stimulate your thought a little bit and observe the world around you a little more closely, that's a good thing. You know, most people go through life in just a state of stupor. They're just a reactive state, not an active state. And when you start to look at things actively, you start to see the world a little bit differently. So I enjoy when Boy Blue is here. So I'm happy for the new people that have come on board. What tree? I'm taking out the persimmon tree. Patty, those trees have been gone for months in the back. They were already taken down. The Conestoga pine was infested with a sudden death. That had to go. It was turning brown. And then I wanted to get rid of the non-fruiting mulberry tree that was a pain in the ass. So I'm simplifying my life. I can't give away all the persimmons that are grown. It's time to get rid of it. A beer snifter Brussels. I don't know, Elmer. You're all about the beer, bro. You're all about warmongering, beer drinking German. Don't be a warmonger, Elmer. So I hope we don't have to put boots on the ground over Iran. I hope the Iranians can negotiate. It doesn't do anybody any good to have all the oil infrastructure in the Middle East, Persian Gulf all blown up in the UAE, Qatar, Oman, Saudi Arabia. I just hope that Iran doesn't engage in death wish martyrdom. We just take everything out in the end. Elmer's from East Germany. I don't care for persimmons. Once yeah, it's just I can't give it all away. So plus people complain on the alley. Kids are riding bikes and they slip on the persimmon. I just get rid of it. It blocks the sunlight from the garden. I don't need it. It's time to go. It's a psychic vampire. It's going to limit the functionality of my my planter beds, and like I said on this morning's video, there's a lot of square footage to those planter beds. A lot. So I'm putting down a ton of onions this year and 12 tomato plants. I'm going to have some spray water system to go down on. I haven't quite figured it out. I'm going to be around for a couple months, so I don't have to worry about. Rome wasn't built in a day, but we got to turn our attention to the Shine Shack and get that renovated and cleaned up. Continuing to sell stuff inside, lighten up the load. Getting rid of one of the big lazy boy type chairs is history today. That's already out back, waiting to be picked up and gotten rid of. That's going off to the dump tomorrow. Happy to see that go. I got that steak I bought last night. I'm going to throw that on Facebook. I don't have Facebook deja vu. Do. How is the weather? No, because it's too funky, Ronnie. Nobody's going to want that thing. All the foot part of it is all worn. It's all funky and nasty. Nobody's going to take that. Nobody is going to take that. It's just too funky, too funkalicious. The fruit and I'm coming along now. Yeah, I saw Trump just sent some troops on ground to Iran tomorrow. I don't know, Patty. I'm just hoping Iran will just figure half a loaf is better than none. His negotiating tactics, I don't know. I heard we just extended till April 6th, the taking out their power plants, which, I don't know if that's a human rights violation or not. I don't know. So happy together. Yeah, leaders of the world are being brats. Well, there's a lot hinging on that area there. I mean, it's the difference between famine and starvation coming up for a lot of the world. You're going to have lower yields of crops due to fertilizer shortages and all that. As far as the war goes, you cannot worry about it. It is well beyond our zone. God's in control. We don't know. I mean, we're kind of in an information blackout, Tony. I think our overseas bases have suffered a tremendous amount of damage, but we just don't know. And I think Israel has lost a lot of its protective dome. My landlord here has cut some large trees earlier. One beautiful one didn't cost everything. Yeah, Alex, I've paid a lot of money to have trees removed. I probably have had 7 trees removed from the property. 5 of them were removed in the first month or 2 I moved there. I went down on family reunion to North Carolina. And all that stuff was done when I was away. All the trees were dropped, and you look at the video, what the Rancho looked like when I first got it, you'll see trees all over the place. Now it's nice open space. I like maximum sunshine. I'm lucky with the way the sun is always moving from the front to the back of the house overhead, so it's excellent. It's excellent for growing stuff. Trees are expensive because of liability insurance. And what did Germany do to help, Elmer? Send over some brats? For my magnolia. Yeah, that's it, Tony. That's it. They threaten world economic collapses. Yeah, well, we control the skies. I mean, that's important. Nothing's going to move on the ground without us seeing it. But, firing off missiles and having that overhead capability to stop them, that's important. I don't want a missile coming down on our troops and all of a sudden, a barracks or whatever with 80 guys is just taken out and gals is just obliterated. Suing America. Ursula von der Leyen. So I hope they're on the, I believe that they can't sustain Boy Blue, but that does not mean that they cannot see themselves as martyrs. They always talk about everything in terms of this guy was martyred and that guy was martyred and he was martyred. It's like I'm martyred out of my mind here. And these might be the birds that just kind of pull the trigger and just like, boom. Right? You might go in and have a meeting and say, boys, it's time to come face to face with Allah. Midnight tonight, we all put our hand on the button and push it one time. That's it. That's my big fear, is you're dealing with fanatics. And I don't know what the hell Israel's doing. They have just been They now are raiding settlements in Lebanon and in the West Bank, terrorizing what's left of it. I mean, holy shit. Churches and communities that have stood for 400 or 500 years being sacked and raided by these West Bank Israeli settlers. It's pretty unsettling. Pretty unsettling. So happy together. How is the weather? Can't you just enjoy this weather? What's the temperature? 78 degrees. Ah, supposed to get a little touch of rain next week, maybe. I think March was just super dry. It was so comfortable. So comfortable. Do you fly any what? Kite? Yeah, it's. What do you mean, do I fly on a plane? I just flew to the East Coast and spent 5 nights and then flew back. I flew on the day the war began, Saturday the 28th of February. That was a hair stand on that moment. No, I wouldn't go. This TSA shit's a mess. It's just that people are so dug in on both sides now. It's tragic. I hope we don't have any cells pop up here that start to do shit. These sleeper cells, they found some kind of planted explosives in a park in Maryland outside of DC. I felt bad about that Air Canada, that fire truck came across the runway there. We have so much bad karma coming our way. Yeah, I'm not into the karma thing, but let's just say the whole world made its bed and now it gets to lie in it. That's the day I flew east, Elmer. Woke up in the morning today. What a hell of a way to start my trip. Ladies and gentlemen, the national threat level has now been elevated to orange. Follow all safety procedures. And woo. Yeah, that was a screw up. That's right, Boy Blue. It was just a communication. It is treading on the not giving around the beginning of their careers. Rest in peace. I think people care about it, Patty, but what can we do? It's look at all the flights that go safely every day. Hundreds and hundreds of flights. I mean, our system is a marvel of the world. The FAA's worldwide system has been a blessing for every country that's it's all internationalized, all English speaking. I had such a wonderful flight both ways. I'm so used to long travel, like driving 10 hours to Vegas. I don't know, 5-hour coast to coast felt like nothing to me. It felt like I barely got the seat warm. And there I am. Please hit the thumbs up button if you're just coming in. It is appreciated. Do. I'm waiting on my United Mileage Plus card. Now all of a sudden the travel got like really expensive. The airline tickets just like doubled overnight. I don't know what the hell cruise ships are gonna do. They burn all that low-grade bunker fuel. 10-hour drive, yeah. I took people the whole trip, GTB, from Vegas to Santa Rosa, the whole shooting match. No, 612 miles. I usually stop on the way to film something, like I stopped in Baker and did another video there. Yeah, sometimes it's hard. It depends. I don't know if you fly into Midway or O'Hare. Midway's a good one. O'Hare's okay too. I've flown into there a bit. Oh, I used to fly 15 and a half hours from Hong Kong to London non-stop, and then 15 hours back. I didn't care. I sat in the back just goofing around with the flight attendants. You could smoke on the back of the plane. The one airport that really enormous is the one in Mexico City. Wow, we had to walk literally a mile out to their gate on Valero Airlines. Literally had to walk a mile. That was a good trip though, Mexico City. Acapulco. O'Hare has been my worst experience. San Francisco is such a good airport. So nice. So nice. Kansas City MCI, they have a pretty nice airport. It was pretty dismal. It was kind of dark, but it was pretty nice. I'm trying to think of Dulles was nice. BWI is nice. Baltimore Washington International. Newark was pretty good. Detroit was pretty good. You know, I really haven't had San Diego is good. I really haven't had LA's been, I really haven't had a bad airport experience. Maybe Memphis Airport is not a good barbecue. Well, Acapulco, I can't remember if we walked on the tarmac or nice, but it was a nice tropical airport. Everybody was wonderful. You know, it was a level 4 travel warning, do not travel to Acapulco, but people were just amazing down there. Had such a good time. I don't think I would do the ceviche again. Chaos, worst flying is Detroit, Atlanta, close second. I did fly into Atlanta. From Hong Kong, we flew into Atlanta for a meeting there for when I was working for AT&T. I think I've pretty much flown into all the airports. Norfolk airports, a nice airport, and drove down, got a rental car and drove down to Nag's Head. I know I changed planes in Houston before. Big airport, big. Big airport. The one that surprised me when I used to fly into Narita Airport in Tokyo, what a dismal, shitty airport that was. And back in the day, in the early 90s, when I would fly into Capital Airport in Beijing, that was really that was really old school bleak. All the airports there in Sichuan, Chengdu, Shanghai, on those Russian propeller planes. Yeah, open air is nice. Madrid's a beautiful city, but you better hold on to your shit there. So many people get pickpocketed and stuff. Honolulu had a pretty good airport. I'm surprised how many. Vancouver had a nice airport. I'm just surprised how many airports I've been in. Hong Kong has a world-class airport there. The old one was tiny but cool. Dangerous flight coming in, but a cool airport. Very ultra-modern.
Let me show you what they look like. Daddy, can I tell you something? I'm going to give one each to all my friends and teachers. No, put them back. Put it back. And we'll stand over there.
Yeah, London. I've landed at Heathrow before and Gatwick. They were okay. I mean, it's always coming in like mist or rain and shit. Yeah, their airports were okay. Newark was a little, run down, but the amount of traffic that goes through there.
Daddy.
Dulles was really nice.
It's opposite day. Daddy.
Airbus. I don't know. That 737, whatever the hell it was, the 800 was a dream. 787, whatever the hell it was like a dream, man. It was like a Cadillac of the skies. Smooth, smooth, smooth. Yeah, I've never flown. I've never gone in or out of LaGuardia. I've gone out of Kennedy and in and out of Kennedy, but I've never, and Newark, but I've never done LaGuardia. Yeah, I took Detroit to North, when they had Northwest Orient Airlines over top of the North Pole. It's like a trailer, yeah, I don't know. It's so hard to do improvements in a in a setup like that. Yeah, everything is so constrained. It's so expensive. Materials. Can you imagine haul-assing materials through the cities and boroughs? Driving a truck, delivering to construction sites. It's got to be a nightmare. You look at the volume of traffic on the George Washington Bridge there. Oh, I can't believe tomorrow is Friday. Break out the liquor. Break out the liquor. I don't know. I really love that grittiness of New York. It's my thing. Do what you want to do. I love city life. The grittier, the better. JFK is more like gateway to Europe. LaGuardia is more domestic shit. Ooh, that battery went right down, baby. Dino! What's going on? Thank you for the thumbs up. I haven't gone out of Boston's airport, in or out of there. Or Philadelphia. I could drive to Philadelphia in 90 minutes, so I didn't need to fly there. Blind Scream House. Man, what a beautiful night. That's how you pull a Yui, that's it. That's it, Nino. I saw that cop there, they'll just hold my whiz. There was no way I was gonna stop and whiz there. No way, baby. No way. $6 a gallon where I am. These California blends just kill us here. Friday, yes. I'm happy it's Friday. Well, Elmer, I don't like flying that much, bro. That I gotta have a flight simulator. I don't need that, brother. Boy, these bocce ball courts are really kept nice, aren't they? Yeah, another war in the Middle East. Wow. This might end up being the last one. This might be the last one. We'll know in the fullness of time. Elmer, you got NATO on the brain, bro. Well, thank you for your service, VW. I never served. But I sure honor those who did. Beautiful. I hope Shemai's enjoying her annual conference for the AME Church. Yeah, Lee, it's been something. I don't know how much rain. That high pressure might still be enough to bump it off. I don't know. I guess I'll wait till April 1st to plant. It's supposed to be a little chilly next week.
The latest version of YouTube is a very important update. Please update immediately.
Well, plenty of presidents have sent their kids off to war before. It's not unprecedented. That's good, boy Blue. Boy Blue. What's left of NATO? People got rubbery knees. They got weak at the knees. I always say, when the chips are down, you always know who your friends are. You always know who your friends are. I wonder if we'll come to their aid when Russia overruns them. We won't be able to wave sausages and wieners at them. Wave your sausages and let's see, Sugar Greer and Mary Vaughn. Till 7, I don't even know what time it is, 6 o'clock. Frida Kahlo, her house was, if you look at my Mexico City, my Mexico adventure, her house was painted the craziest blue. Her whole place was crazy painted. Turning a cereal snack box into a unique handmade journal. $60. Yeah, let's clean up this signal, Ronnie. Love those rose colors. Yeah, Ronnie's the best, man. Ronnie is, what an asset Ronnie is. Back away from the vehicle. We're almost coming up to First Friday next week. That's me, Crow. Oh, I just love this weather so much. So nice. Feel that sun before it gets to be a Kenny Rogers roaster. Sounds selfish, but I'm not looking forward to rain. I'm strictly a fair weather person. I used to enjoy black and white photography. This kid looks weird. There's that nose ring. Damn, man. I'd like to get over here one time to get a loaf of bread in the morning. Start living life a little bit. Yeah, Ronnie, I got no idea what the hell this town signal's so shitty lately. Man, I'd love to put up a big 2-story building on the back of the property like that one back there. Damn. With the metal siding on it. Slope metal roof. Look at that. Man, I love that. What do we got here? I mean, isn't that nice street life? I mean, what the hell? Could you see that on the Rancho? In the back, overlooking the Shine Shack? Get the morning sun. Sold out. These guys are in high gear, man. High cotton, the Peace and Justice Center. Every day here's a fire alert. The world is drying up. Except Honolulu. Do 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 do. Songs of the Islands. I need to get some soil amendments this weekend. I guess I'll go tomorrow. I don't feel like fighting the Saturday crowd. Yeah, $1 billion in damage. farming at its finest. Please hit the thumbs up button if you're coming in. It is appreciated. We got the popo up here. The cans drip some kind of burning oil and burn up the ground vegetation and fall timber. We just let shit just go. There's no money in California for that. Yep, thumbs up are appreciated. I like this sand look. I don't mind this at all. It's like light gravel. Doesn't look too turdish. Really too hard to do work. It's too hard to do a business on this street now. The ironic thing is we have plenty of water in our reservoirs. They're all filled to the brim. We're actually in very good shape up here. I don't know about Southern California. We are in very good shape. Here's some nice rosemary. Oh man, it's like my favorite time of year besides fall, like October, to be walking around. Yeah, our reservoirs are full. They're in good shape. There's a California 4 room. Ooh. Yeah, they actually are. They're made for cattle, for watering cattle. They sell them at like farm supply stores. Well, swimming in the ocean. Watch out for those great white sharks. They're pretty hungry these days. They're chewing up a lot of people, especially on surfboards. Nice little stretch of grass there. It's a nice big shed. Imagine how cheap it is to slap up one of those things. Nice to get my walk in today. been a few years for me. Probably San Diego was it. There'll be a lot less people able to afford that beach life. Yeah, years ago, I think I met him. I can't really remember. Here's where they put on the big shows in here. The Christmas show, Winter Blast. It's where the band sits. Yeah, we're gonna clean up the signal. Yeah, swimming in Waikiki, but I'd never liked that oil slick on top of the water. That was my big problem there. You get in the groin area with the like the breakwater there, it would be gross with suntan lotion and plus all the homeless were pissing on the stone walls at the edge of Kalakaua Avenue there. Really, I hate that morning piss smell. I got tired of Hawaii after 9 months. I was like, get me the hell out of here, man. There was some good stuff though. I was always disappointed in the Chinese food there for having a Chinatown. Yeah, just, I don't know, there was always just a grease slick on the water and it didn't really flush out except tidally. And just that whiz smell kind of gets to you. Well, you get the fog once in a while. Instead of the trade winds blowing, the winds would reverse and they would bring the air off of the Big Island and Kilauea, and that volcanic gas they called fog was disgusting. And the humidity would rocket upward and it was just uncomfortable and air smelled. They call it fog, volcanic gas. Once in a while your trade winds would stop or the wind would reverse. And it just smelled like rotten eggs, the whole island. Oh boy, I got all this damn bird seed in here. Oh, wow. That's another project altogether. Get that crap cleaned out. The whole van needs an enema. I cleared out a lot when I helped Blackbird move the stuff. I had to put a lot of stuff into the workshop. Yeah, these vacuums are so poor, I'll just use my own. The ones you put the money into, they only last about 3 minutes. They suck. You know, Dr. Frankenstein, it's hard to get a good shake these days. And I don't mean a milkshake, I mean a good shake for your money. Everything is like more and more designed to just rip you off. Yeah, my regular vac will do fine. I need to put it's probably time for a new vacuum. I don't know. I need to tape up the hose. That thing was fixed in my hillbilly repair shop back in 2013 videos. Some of my earliest videos I did the hillbilly repair shop. Economical. I don't waste waste money. If I can make a go of it, I make a go of it. Well, that's the problem with their society is people became price insensitive, and that's not good. That's not good. There's something economically very wrong. If money can flow that freely, something radically wrong. It's not natural for people to be economically insensitive unless the money flows too freely. And that's a basic fact of economics. Something really wrong. That's just a society too overstimulated. Too much Keynesian joy juice. Not that good, dude. Yeah, I couldn't believe I hit that bird feeder and all that damn bird feed came right into the van. What a way to start your day. I didn't have the heart to tell Father Freer, guess what? I just mucked up your bird feeder there. I just let it go. I'll take him down something in the future. It's the way it goes. That's the way she went. Sometimes you make an omelet, you're going to break a few eggs along the way. Yeah, like I just took out your bird feeder because you know what, I just don't like it. So I know you like to watch your birds, and even though there's no window on that side, I'm just going to stomp it. I'm just going to stomp that baby. Okay, here comes Train Boy. Come on, go. That's all right. I'm slowly getting a handle on stuff. I'm feeling pretty good about the stuff overall. I'm feeling pretty damn good. And if you're coming late, I got you have to go back to the beginning. I got the truck properly titled today. That was a fiasco. That was 3 hours I'll never get back again in my life. City of 200,000 people with one DMV office. Make that make sense to me. You guys got a rare treat tonight going into the Rancho. A rare treat. Ding 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 do 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 bing 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 bing. Do 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 do. Cats are on top of that chair I'm getting rid of. They're gonna have one comfortable night on that baby. Boy, it's nice to have a big piece of land. Woo! Let me check my mail. Ooh, oh, all the fences are good here finally. Oh. Oh boy, oh boy. Yeah, it's a rare treat to see you clear back on the back 40. A rare treat. This is starting to get a little greener. I need some weed and feed, for sure. Yeah, I sure love having a piece of land. It's very mentally liberating. Cats were late. They think that I put that easy chair out for them. These cats are such slobs. Ooh, what's up, Bill? Hail, hail, the gang's all here. That's right, stick your butt in my face. All right. I put the chair there. I saw cats on top of it. Cats, not the musical. That thing he's had it, man. Look at that. That's 15 years old. History. Get it out of here. Head them up, move them out. Once in a while I put this on a cat's head, like who's going to be the crab of the week? Who's going to be the crab? Out, you slobs. If I trip over one of you guys one day, I'm going to drop kick you like a football. I'm going to drop kick you like a football. Let me look at my plants, see if they need any watering here. They look very happy today. So happy together. How is the weather? No falling. More fish head stew. No, it's like it's what's the flavor of the month of March? It's been fish head stew. It's been the flavor of the month, fish head stew. It's been the flavor of the month, fish head stew. With joy juice. Who doesn't like a nice, robust fish head stew? You guys have such good manners. such good matter. Don't be turning up your nose. All right, time to get hydrated. Don't look at me, Simba. That's what's on the menu. That's what's on the menu. That is what's on the menu, bro. That is it. Okay, I know you'll eat it. Maybe we'll have a beer in the Shine Shack tonight. The first step to fixing a problem. Well, Adam knows what to do. He's a good guy, but he knows what the solution is. Let's change buildings tonight. This is the beauty of having the Rancho. Oh, yes. It's a little stuffy in here. Little bit stuffy. Let's get the fan on. Oh, yes. learn, baby. You live and you learn. All right. My beautiful, that thing has been cold for about 8 years, man. It's hard to believe. Hard to believe. 8 years. I'm gonna do a quick YouTube short. There we go. You gotta keep feeding the machine. I'm gonna do a video explaining how that works. A lot of people are curious about how that still works. Let me make sure no cat wandered in here. We're okay. Yeah, this place is in surprisingly good shape. Needs a little TLC. Oh boy. Oh man. What a beauty. How's the signal? Is the signal okay? On it. I just like to put my feet up. Oh yeah. Walmart in Barlow. No, it's in Parker, Arizona. There we go. He does really well. Really well. He's living the life, man. He is living the life. I need to put a new outlet for this computer for being on the hardwired here. I'm gonna probably do a video tomorrow explaining how this still works, because it's a double condensing column still. It's not a pot still. There's a big difference. That's the two types of still. You have the double condensing column still, which is this, and then you also have the pot still, which is single condensing. Yeah, I've already used barrels to age my stuff. You're open road. I've been doing this stuff for years. It's how I paid off the Rancho. Yeah, it's 240 outlet over there. 240, and it takes about, I used to come out at 7 a.m. in the morning and start the still once it was loaded the night before. And it would take about 1 hour to come up to 172 degrees Fahrenheit, and that's when the action would begin. Right there. And then our final takeoff would be about 191 degrees, so. Yeah, you load it with the wort. Yeah, the distiller's beer. Adam is very distilled. I saw a video on it. Yeah. So I'm going to do a refresher. You have to renew your content every couple of years. That's for a 50 amp. That's a 50 amp outlet there. 240. So it takes about an hour to get that up to temperature, and then you start refluxing it. The alcohol kind of concentrates at the top, and you want to let that cycle. It'll go up the column, but it'll hit the cold water and then come back and fall back down. Then when you're ready to off-take, when you hit the right temperature, you open up, you turn off the water jacket to this side, and then you send it over the top and down out of the parrot with the second condenser on it. There's a huge learning curve, Dr. Frankenstein. The boss, he would come up, and I think we were making moonshine before I was even on YouTube. You know, we had a small still, and then finally broke down and got this big still. But yeah, he'd get pissed off. He would drive up an hour to get here, and it just wouldn't turn out to batch, and he'd be really pissed. And one time he just blew his top and he said, "You figure it out." And I went ahead and figured it out. And I made moonshine and barrel aged that and sold White Dog. And it was so damn good. I took it all over the country when I traveled the US by van, and had a lot of people sample that across the country. Uh, 180, 92% pure ethanol, 184 proof. Well, I'm going to do a video to explain the process, but the big work was prepping the grains. That was a lot of work. Cooking up the grains and the sugar, and then adjusting the pH. That's a big job. Big job. And then stirring it, getting the ferment, checking it to see what the ABV is, the alcohol by volume. Sometimes you get a really good ferment, and sometimes it wasn't good, but I got better and better. And yeah, I used to run the lawnmower on the shit that I would discard at the beginning of the run. The 4 shots in the head, I would get rid of that. I have a video called From Grains to Glass that shows the whole process. Downward young. Yeah, but that shine that you get is only 100. If you're lucky, it's 100 proof. This shit was going. I had people beating a line to my door at 194 proof. What are you doing, Shadow? Goliath? Goliath, what are you doing? Huh? Remember, curiosity killed the cat. Yeah, it's such a beautiful night. I thought I would just sit in the Shine Shack tonight and just enjoy a beer. And tomorrow I'm going to try to do a video explaining how this particular still works. You'll notice that there's, I don't know if you can't really see it, but there's dual feed water coming through here. You have city water and well water. And we would always run the still on well water because it's cheap. And it would recycle and go back into the, down into the well. But after a while, it would reach a certain temperature where it wasn't condensing properly. So you had to change over to the city water to finish the run sometimes, so. But it was a lot of work. I got tired of it. After 8 years or whatever, sometimes I'd be put the damn hose in to fill it up with the transfer pump, and the damn hose would come out, and I'd fill up the floor of the Shine Shack with Distiller's beer. Ay, caramba. You know, there were accidents, but this Shine Shack was built to be tough. The whole thing. So there's nothing that Blackbird could do to this place that couldn't be, couldn't be made really nice. So, but you could make a batch, no problem. Yes, I could make a batch perfectly right now. I would adjust, hey, Hobby, I would adjust the pH now. It took me 2 years of trial and error. to discover to really have a good ferment because I was working with very hard water here. That I would have to add citric acid, a couple teaspoons of citric acid to the ferment. That was a big learning curve. The other thing was, which yeast do you use? Man, I was going out to the beer brewing store, getting all these EC118 for champagne yeast and trying all these expensive ass yeasts. And you know what it turns out to be? The Red Star yeast that you get in the restaurant supply. It was the best damn yeast. It was the best damn yeast. It performed beautifully, and I'd come in with a 50-pound bag of sugar, pour it in. It would make that shit like rocket fuel. So, can you make a lower proof whiskey? What does that take? It takes cutting that product with distilled water. That's what it takes to lower the proofage. You can't lower the proofage here. This thing only kicks out high proof. Simba, you get what you get, and then you cut it with distilled water like popcorn Sutton. Simba, Simba, Simba. You two goofs. Simba. What are you doing? No, we would barrel our stuff straight up into the highest proofage. And that's the way I would sell it out the door. Yeah, sugar adds alcohol content. That's where I'm very long the sugar market right now. World sugar. I'd shoot that shit out into barrels at 190, 190 proof? No, 184 proof. And I would sell it out at the barrel at that proofage. People love that shit. I couldn't make this stuff enough. But it's like anything else, you get tired of humping grains in and all that. I'd love to do it really live, but it's against the law. If they catch you doing it live, it's breaking the law. So I always have to commit it to videos. So it's not live. You don't add plain water unless you want it to be cloudy. You have to add pure distilled water when you cut that to 100 proof. And remember what 100 proof is. Where did proof come about? Proof came about by the British Navy. The British Navy, those ships ran on a lot of rum to keep those sailors happy so they would get fucked up at night. Okay, when you're off duty, you wanted to get messed up. But like anything else, human nature being what human nature is, people would try to game the system, and they would try to cut the rum with water to give a lower proof. So it was discovered that if you made alcohol to a certain level of proofage, you could catch it on fire. And the British Navy made the rum sellers begin to prove their alcohol and make sure they would take a little bit, put it on a pan, take a match or whatever, strike it, light it on fire. If it flamed blue, it was good to go. If it didn't fire, the proofage was too low. That's why 100 proof has been designated as the point that alcohol will burn in a match. That's what defines 100 proof. Not 99 proof, 100 proof. So that's how the whole thing, proof, came about, by proving to the British Navy. That was it. Simba. But this was a nice place to live, man. You know, you look around here a little bit. Got your microwave, fridge, sink, storage. Music, TV, internet. This is my own stuff for visitors to come. Hot water heater, very nice. Nice place. Got a heater in wintertime, so you're not chilling your balls off in winter. I put all this shit in. I built this whole thing. To shower in, the mortar bed, all the plumbing. Very nice place to live. So when somebody wants to come here, keep an eye on the Rancho. Pay a small stipend. Dependability is the key. I don't want any more, I don't want any grass, I don't want any alcohol, nothing. Little beer's okay, but if I don't miss my guess, within 6 months to a year, people will be beating down the door to try to get in here. I imagine there's going to be a lot of people that are displaced coming up. But it needs some work. Some of the walls have been marred by stuff put into it and knocked into it. So it could use a freshening up for sure. It could definitely use a freshening up. You'll notice I built the ceiling. You can't really see it from there, but it's a coffered ceiling. I built it so it's raised up. You can see all the videos. And I've hung all the ceiling drywall myself. One person. And that was to be able to accommodate the height of the still in there. So that gave it a lot of extra height in here. So it's quite a nice place to be. I would have killed to hang on to a place like this. With the minimal rent that was charged and everything. Yeah, I put the fan in, I did all the can lights, I did all the permitting. You can see all the videos on the channel of building this, plumbing it, everything I did to get all approved. So it's a perfectly legal ADU before ADUs were even known. And hell, it's comfortable. So when I put a split system in, you know, it's good to go. Yeah, I want the recessed can lights in here. They were nice. It's got a Mailbox Astrosonic 1968 console. Very nice. Yeah, it's very nicely outfitted. The only thing it doesn't have is a stove, but you got 220 right here. You can put a stove in, and that brings it up to the current requirement for rental. But I wouldn't put it in. You just take it as it is. I don't sign a lease with anybody. There's too many people who are too flaky in the world today and too much looking to rip people off. Yeah, the console's beautiful. The sound, it's a Magnavox, man. It was top of the line. Magnavox was top of the line, and Motorola. That was it. Good stuff. Great stuff. So it took a lot to build this place, to submit the plans, to get the permit approved. It took several renditions. Then the guy had to come. You can see all the videos. The guy came. He looked at it. He said, I didn't sign off for you to do the drywall. But he said, based on all the work you've done here, I don't even need to come back anymore. I'm just signing off on the whole, I'm signing off on the whole job. Yeah, you got the barbecue grill up there. It's a very nice lifestyle. You have a beautiful property to enjoy. But I will never have any, I'll never have any junk put on the property ever again. Ever. I'm not going to have somebody that's hoarding stuff all the time. No way. No way. If you can't live a minimalist life, there's so many people out there in the world today with so many mental problems and stuff. It's just like you open up your place to people. You're taking a hell of a risk. Yeah, no, nothing. By tomorrow, you're going to be marvel at how cleared out the Rancho is. I'm getting a tree taken down here, so it's all the planter boxes. Beautiful growing area. All the junk's going to be removed from the back. It's going to just be a clean shot everywhere. Clean shot. Goliath. Okay, be a prick. But yeah, for the right person, it's going to be ideal because it's going to allow me to travel. Yeah, non-smoker, no drug use. You know, I'm not going to have beer bottles all over the property, and no, it's not going to happen. No, it's just not going to happen. It literally took 2 months to air this place out. What are you doing? Huh? You're such a dick. What are you doing? Huh? Why do you have to be such a dick all the time? Huh? Serious inquiry. No, there'll be the right person that comes along. I don't think it's suitable for a female, but for a male, I think it's perfect. A male that just has a simple life, you know, can afford a basic $800 a month or something like that for something that would rent for $1,500 to $1,800 here in this area, easily. Easily. You have one bedroom place, he's gone for $2,200 a month here. 2 bedrooms for $3,000. Oh, we're going to have a party, huh? Swedish swim team. No, it'll be perfect for the right person. So after we get the garden done, this is our next project to fresh up the shine shack. So there will be somebody that comes up that, you know, it's going to be a lot of people that are hard pressed in the next year, very hard pressed. I'm not one to take advantage of people, but people these days are ones to take advantage of other people. And that's sad. First thing you know, they go running off to, you know, I didn't get a good enough shake or whatever. No, I want people that appreciate what they have. Simba! 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 What are you doing? Come here. Simba! You slob! So we got some work to do, boys. We got some work to do. Right now, it's a beautiful time of year to do this type of work, and I'm going to clean up. I want to vacuum good, get the baseboard all wiped down, repainted, and the place will look super sharp. Super sharp. Super sharp. Got a nice refrigerator, brand spanking new microwave. I might switch that out for what I got inside. I don't know. Beautiful internet, you got TV. Look at these dumbbells. Oh, I'm going to absorb. So yeah, I just, you know, I'm not down with smoking. I mean, very few people smoke in California. It's almost shocking to me to see somebody that smokes these days. It's a shock. It's a rarity. Sit this over here. You birds better get running. You dopes. Tiger, you slob. See if we got gas in the barbecue. I don't know. Hey, I've smoked on and off over the years. But I always made sure I went outside to smoke. And I don't like the smell of weed. Black widow. shouldn't ought to stick your hand in. And let that get good and hot. That barbecue get good and hot over there. Well, I on and off, I quit in 2021, May 21st of 2021. All right, you birds. We're starting to gear up Kitchen Stadium again. Gearing up Kitchen Stadium. It's going to be a big day on the Rancho tomorrow. Say bye-bye to the persimmon tree. It's the first time we plugged the lights in a while. All right. Let that warm up good. USDA shirts. USDA shirts. Let's empty this so we can have some peanuts. Tiger, you slob. You freaking slob. Let's get some peanuts. Get off that plate. Wow. You ever get tired of cats? Son of a... Time for some nuts. Cats drive me out of my mind, man. Oh. Goliath likes peanuts, go figure. A lot of these shells are empty. Yeah, things are going to look a little different around here. Over time, it's just been a case of removing trees. That's been the whole process. Trees are such a pain in the ass. They just grow out of control. Have to keep an eye on that stake. Yeah, it is definitely spring. It's a very thick steak. Gonna take a while to do that baby through. Oh man. Gonna take a while to cook that baby. I need to get some new propane tubes and shields, drip shields. Buy another rebuild kit for the barbecue. You keep that thing in, they keep that barbecue going indefinitely. We're gonna do our annual Easter coconut cake coming up. Right here. Man, you are so low IQ. You always have a lot of lurkers. It's like Mary Ellen and Sam, they don't chat, but they watch a lot. Already gave you the peanuts, though. What's going on, Deb? You want to be sedated, huh? Oh, we got a beautiful sunset tonight. It's so nice to see the Rancho without any crap around. I don't like homes that have a lot of kitschy shit around. I like the basic Korean style. It's like Dr. Frankenstein said, you'll have nothing and you'll like it. Now you just jump on the table, eh? You're such a slob. I'm so frustrated, I'm sorry to hear that. How you doing, MB? Here, right there. You're the peanut lover. This cat will eat anything. Rock, cement. He doesn't care. He's like, I just wish I knew how to open them with my paws. This Goliath is a nut. He's a certified nutbag. He's ravenous for him. Skywalker. This ain't the Rustler Steakhouse, ladies and gentlemen. Oh. Hello, Carrie class. You missed our beer in the Shine Shack tonight. Must be bonus shit in the bus toilets, huh? People must be eating in volume. Yeah, I'm a cat person. no name calling, Carrot Glass. There's 46,000 words in English language. You can choose to do better than that. It's unusual for you. You never talk like that. Why don't you go to a Gale Street Tavern and have some nice ribs? Baby back ribs. Oh, that's right. I forgot you're Jewish. Sorry. My bad. Oh, their baby backs are to die for over there. Oh, really good. Oh. Boys better not be trying to stuff your wieners into each other. Looked like they were having a sausage fest over there. Hey D, how you doing? What's going on? I'm getting ready to enjoy a nice steak. Oh, man. I'm just enjoying a beautiful night on the deck. How you doing, JT? I'm gonna grab another beer. No hard stuff. Ensenada Tuesday morning, man. This morning at 3:30. That sounds like a trip. Let that steak get good and done. Good and done. Did I get ribs in Vegas? No, I did not. I got brisket and I got chicken. I didn't know we had 3 great live streams down there, but I didn't know, normally I had more time to plan out if I wanted to go out and try a restaurant or something like that. But that wasn't meant to be. Yeah, thumbs up are appreciated. We're almost up to 100. What do we got? 98 tonight? Yeah, we're almost at 100. You guys are wonderful. I appreciate you. Oh, that beer is good. Sam and Mary Ellen gave me a 12-pack of Stella Artois. I'll probably cool... Yeah, we got 99. I'll probably cool one down for tomorrow night and give it a shot. I think Sam thought I drank shit beer. I don't know. It's just, it's nice to me. It's all right. I mean, it's not going to win any prizes, but for value, thank you guys. We just crested over 100 thumbs up. No, it looked like 2 of the male cats were trying to do a sausage fest here. I don't know. Goliath never goes far. Goliath likes to see whatever the hell I'm doing. I don't know. The cat is fascinated by me. Yeah, I had some really nice peanuts. I love those Hampton Farm peanuts. They're like the best. Really good. Did a cat just jump on my chair? Skywalker. Skywalker, come on. Skywalker. Show everybody how handsome you are. Skywalker. Come on, what are you doing? We don't know each other. Huh? What are you doing, Skywalker? Skywalker. Skywalker. Well, yeah, all the cats are still here. You think you're gonna you think they're gonna be, they have 4 different places they eat around the neighborhood. I've done videos showing Tiger at another house. Skywalker, come on up. There's the answers. Ow. Ooh, ow. Skywalker, God darn. You just go right over and eat. That's cool. You just clawed me to death. That's a feast right there. I don't know if it's done all the way. We're gonna try it. Mm-mm. Oh, it's delicious. Yeah, Mexico is beautiful. Don't get on my plate, you slobs. Oh, thank goodness I've got Del Monte ketchup, baby. Woo! That's it. Thank you, Lord, for what I'm about to eat. Oh, yes. Oh, yeah. Like, I'm glad I have my Hong Kong residency card. Delicious. Ramones reunion tour. The Ramones. Oh, Mexico is tremendously safe. Yeah, you talk about Ensenada, places like that. Ensenada is beautiful. I like to go up on the hill overlooking the city. Why you claw me tonight? Huh? Skywalker. You get off that table. Steak was worth the price. I'll probably only be able to eat a bit off of it. Yeah, Carrie Class, it must be a bull market in cleaning bus toilets. They had to export you to Chicago. That's good, doctor. Sometimes it's just like, it's great to put yourself on the Henry VIII. Yeah, it's a beautiful night tonight inspecting. Tiger, you gotta be shitting me, that nose in the air, you slob. Yeah, I went to, I don't know if you ever saw my trip up to Battle Creek, Dr. Frankenstein. I got tossed out of the Kellogg's corporate headquarters. I got like 10 pairs of eyes on it, 8 pairs of eyes on me here. Well, you guys are unreal, okay, right? Like I don't hang in your bowl, do I? You know, y'all get some, y'all slobs. You better eat it. Oh, I'm eating a nice steak tonight I bought last night. Tomorrow's no meat Friday, so I'm gonna have to give a little joy tonight. These cats are worse than dogs when they sit here. Worse than dogs. Who knew cats would mooch all the time? Here you go, Tiger, since everybody thinks I pick on you all the time. I feel a cat behind me on the chair. I gave you one already. You didn't eat it. You just set it on the side. Man. Oh, that's it. Hungry? Shit, they just ate. They're slobs. What a beautiful steak. I'll tell you, Tiger, you got the balls to sit there and look at me. You got some kind of big set on you. Some kind of big set. But everybody says, oh, you got to be nice to Tiger. Nice to Tiger. Tiger came from about a half a mile away to live here. You're a lucky boy. It'd probably be healthier to give the kid a beer. You'd probably do healthier to give the kid a beer. Well, that's going to do it for me. That's all I'm going to eat. You guys look happy as hell now. Everybody feasted like pigs. What a beautiful night. We were in the Shine Shack earlier. Smelling real good in there now. It's about ready to, we got another week's worth of work to do on the outside. And then it's time to turn our attention to the Shine Shack. Tiger, Tiger, you slob. You got 3 tonight. You got more than anybody else. Woof. Yeah. Yeah, I think I'm just going to have shrimp noodles tomorrow night. I might do the homemade spaghetti, you know, that restaurant style spaghetti. I haven't had that in a while. Figure out maybe something to have Bobby over on Sunday. Hello, no, not for you. Not for you. No. No, no, no. Not yours, mine. No. This Goliath is a horror show. See, why you name him Goliath? Because he's always up there. He's going to be like the size of a barn, man. He's going to be such a big cat. He's docile. He just hangs. very lugubrious. He's looking at that meat. He's like, I wish I could just pull you out of the way and just grab that slab of meat. Oh, I would be so happy. You have to learn to restrain yourself. I gave you no. No, no, no. No, no, no. We're not savages. We're civilized. Civilized. Oh, that was nice, man. That was really church. Really nice. Very church. Anyway, guys, what a hell of a stream tonight, huh? Roosevelt, you are so fine. Like a fine wine. And on Fridays, I excel. We got to make some soup up over the weekend, I think. I like wheat checks, but you hardly see them. I have a box of corn checks. It was 99 cents. I love my soup in the morning. I've done it all through winter. All through winter. It's wonderful. I make my chicken soup or I make my beef soup. I haven't made clam chowder in a while. I've lost about 22 pounds. Soup for breakfast is amazing. It's fantastic. I can't eat breakfast foods for dinner, but I can eat dinner foods for breakfast. Go make that make sense. Persian spaghetti strips. They like showing each other's buttholes. Boneless ribeye steak for $8.99. All right, guys. Well, I'm going to go ahead and close it down. To my moderators, thank you very much for everything that you do. Ronnie, I don't know if I saw Judy tonight. I know Shemai's at a conference, her church annual conference. And who else? Scottish Saren was in here. I really appreciate you guys being here tonight. If you haven't hit that thumbs up, please do so. Tomorrow is another day. Let's pray for peace. Thanks, everybody.